3, 2, 1, go. We have 3 robots in motion. This might be a much more exciting autonomous period. CC Sparks, they're going to drop both of their pixels just short of the spike mark, unfortunately. Their partner, though, 11272, it's able to use some vision tracking, and it drops a yellow pixel on the indicator. That will net them 10 points because they did use the generic white pixel.
So the purple is over the spike. That one is, so it's the vertical projection. It is over. 3, 2, 1.
Over on the Blue Alliance, Accelerate, they did place a purple pixel on the indicator, and they used a custom marker. That'll net them 20 points. A huge advantage in autonomous in an early event like this. Let's visit with our Red Alliance real quick. Central Catholic, they are going to be fast at work. Their robot is moving pretty quickly and openly with that Mechanum system that's very well engineered. Accelerate working hard. They may actually get the first height bonus of this event. For every line that they cross with the pixels on the backdrop, they earn a 10 extra points. $11,959. Take a look at them. Colonel Panic, they have a very innovative system where they are able to get under the truss and still get high enough to effectively place pixels on the backdrop. Them working in tandem with Accelerate are making a powerful alliance. Back in Red, they are quickly coming up, closing the lead 46-31. 11,272, they are going to work at putting more pixels on the backdrop. Hopefully they can get the arm situation figured out. Over on the blue side, 11,959, they did fire a drone, and it was just short, unfortunately. Central Catholic Sparks, they will fire those and land it in zone 1. That is 10 extra points for their alliance. And then they will climb. What an excellent performance by both teams so far with 3, 2, 1. Accelerate gets a buzzer beater off to get 10 points of their own. That was probably the most exciting match today. 117-99 apparent right now. Let's see how it scored. We have our scores, and it's the Red Alliance, netting a high score of 124-114 with an incredible endgame performance. The Blue Alliance's buzzer beater shot was just short of the points they needed to win, unfortunately. A 50-point autonomous. Will that even be beat today? I don't know.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match 5. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we've got team 19932 Westside Red. Their alliance partners on the Red Alliance, it's team 17012 Precision Guessworks.
Playing with them on the field, but against them on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 8791, the Green Machines. And wrapping up our folks for this match, it's Team 18638, the Giant Wacky Waving Inflatable Arm Flame Tube Man. All right, drivers behind the line. Drivers behind the line, let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go. The first 30 seconds here is completely autonomous. The robots will drive around pre-programmed. Those white pixels you see down on the field were in a randomized position. If the team chose to move and place a pixel down in a certain location, they could have gained extra points during the autonomous period. It seems like most teams are just going to wait around for teleoperated. We'll have to see, hopefully later on in today's events, that we'll see some movement from these teams. They're sitting pretty and excited to pick up their controllers in just a few moments. All right, we're now moving into the teleoperated period. The human players have picked up the robots that they've built throughout the course of the season. Their main objective is to move pixels into the black easel, which is known as the backdrop. I believe they get 1 point for each pixel placed there, or sorry, 3 for on the backdrop, 1 for just in that back zone. There's lots of symbols on the screen. We'll take a look at those now while the robots are playing down on the field. That trapezoidal place area in the back is called the backstage. They place 1 point for just getting a pixel in that zone, and all the other symbols are other ways that they can get points. Team 8791 manipulating a couple pixels down into their backstage area. They can get a couple more points for moving it onto their back easel, known as the backdrop. Score is currently 4-2 with a minute remaining in the match. Blue Alliance currently has 4 in the backstage area, getting 1 point for each of those. No points during autonomous, but they have plenty of opportunity to pick up points as we head towards the end of the match. Many teams this year are choosing to build a low-profile robot so they can fit under the stage door. We'll see towards the end game here that many of them might climb on top of the stage to gain additional points for their alliance. The score is currently 7-3 in favor of the Blue Alliance. That horn sounds means they can start launching their drones. The Blue Alliance appearing to land in that second zone. It counts out away from the field, scoring additional 20 points. We can see that kept on the scoreboard as a little paper airplane next to the 2 symbol. One of the Blue Alliance robots up on their truss. Since they're going to hang up there for a bit, they'll get 20 points for being suspended for the rigging. That was the end of qualification match 5. Here are your scores for qualification match 5. Your winners are the Blue Alliance with a score of 47. A lot of points in the end game for that match, taking a victory for Team 8791 and 18-6-38. Let's meet our teams for qualification match 6. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we've got team 8793 from Greenwood, Indiana. It's the Wired Woodmen. Joining them on the Red Alliance, it's 19366 CTF from Bedford, Indiana. Playing against the Red Alliance on the Blue Alliance, it's team 2686 Battleground Robotics. And joining them on the Blue Alliance, it's Westside Gray. That's 21931. Drivers behind the line. Let's begin match in 3, 2, 1, begin. Qualification match 6 here at the Lafayette. First 30 seconds, as usual, are completely autonomous. Those game pieces on the ground let teams know where they need to manipulate game pieces to be to score additional points for their alliance. The Red Alliance heading over to that backstage area. If they're parked there at the end of the autonomous period, they'll gain 5 points for their alliance. That autonomous period is 30 seconds. That's all completely pre-programmed by the students. And here in a moment, they'll get the opportunity to pick up their controllers. We now move into the tally-operated period where the humans have picked up their controllers and are now in charge of the robot they've built. Lots of different game manipulation methods here, so keep your eyes down on the field. Game pieces will enter into the human player station area. That's that taped-off corner by the team's color. There's a lot of white pixels already on the field at the beginning of play, but in order to create those mosaics, they'll have to use different colors. 21-9-31. That's Westside Gray manipulating a game piece towards their backdrop. Every game piece there placed at the end of the match is 3 points for their alliance. They're trying to get that score as high as possible to beat out their opposite color teams during this match. 1 minute and 13 seconds remaining in the match. Currently, the Red Alliance leads with that 5 in the backstage area and that points they got during autonomous. 19366 making that use of their low-profile robot to go underneath the stage area. A lot of these teams have 3D printed built mechanisms which they'll use to manipulate game pieces known as pixels. The Red Alliance now has 9 of those pixels in their backstage area. Not quite any on their backdrop. That train hound sound means we've entered the endgame period. We'll start to see drones shot over out of the field. They're trying to land as close as possible to the field to get the max amount of points for their alliance. We'll see those update on our scoreboard down towards the bottom of the field. 10 seconds remaining of today's match. That robot in pink, that's 9366, is elevated on the stage. Their opponent, 21931, trying to join them, just short of running out of time. We'll have to see how these scores total up. Here are your scores for qualification match 6. Your winners are the Red Alliance. Lots of points in the end game. That's where we'll see a lot of movement this game. Let's meet our teams for qualification match 7. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we've got team 13750, the Lab Rats from Gary, Indiana. Joining them on the Red Alliance is team 6518, that's Westside Black. Joining them on the field on the Blue Alliance, it's the Gear Seekers, that's 22132. And wrapping up our folks for qualification match 7, it's insert name here from Frankfort, Indiana. Let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, go! Well, qualification match 7 here at the Lafayette Qualifier. Lots of the teams at the moment are using not much movement during the autonomous period that can get points solely for moving into that back stage area. 14084 making movement along with 6518. Both of the teams respectively gain potential points for their alliance if they were able to achieve what they were hoping to do during that autonomous and pre-programmed area. Lots of white pixels all over the field, which they'll manipulate here just in a moment. As we enter the teleoperated period, the human players have picked up their controllers and are now manipulating the robots that they built throughout the season. The main game of this year is moving pixels into the backstage and backdrop. Lots of different back terms in this year's game. They're trying to pick up as many of those pieces and moving them into the backstage and backdrop area. It's 3 points if you get into the backdrop, which is that black easel, and 1 point if you just get it into the backstage, which is that taped off trapezoid. You can take a look at the audience display to get an idea of those points in case you quite aren't able to see it in the field camera. 14084 try and manipulate a white game piece from its starting position. They can pick up game pieces wherever they are on the field, except for the taped off area of the opposite team's color. 13750 manipulating game piece into the white backstage area, getting 1 point for their alliance. As we move further into today's matches, we'll start to see them building mosaics on the backdrop. Those are dependent on the color of the pixels they use. Lots of teams going for that low profile so they can easily make their way under the stage regardless of which direction they're traveling. Currently 45 seconds remaining in the match. (22-132) over, trying to cause a little bit of havoc for their opponents. As we move into the endgame period, we'll start to see those drones being shot out of the field, potentially scoring additional points for their alliance. We have one out and over. It's looking great. We'll have to see what the judges think about that. In the final moments here, we'll start to see robots making their way onto the stage and trying to climb from its rigging. Each robot appropriately suspended would get 20 points. Although most teams this round seem to be focused on scoring those last couple pixels in the last remaining moments. That was the end of qualification match 7. We'll see how these scores total up. Here are your scores for qualifying match 7. Your winners are the Red Alliance with their score of 45, just barely beating out the Blue Alliance. Plenty of penalty points in that match, but the Red Alliance still taking home the win, 65-18, moving into the 5th position. Let's meet our teams for qualification match 8. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we've got 11-271. That's Genesis. Next to them on the Red Alliance is Team 535. That's Tobar from Crawfordsville, Indiana. Joining them for qualification match 8, it's 10-621 North Robotics from Crawfordsville, Indiana as well. And wrapping up our teams for this match, it's Team 22-444 Revelation from Lafayette, Indiana. Drivers behind the line. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Lots of team art pieces down on the match. If they use that to properly place their pixel during this time, they can score additional points for their Alliance. The Blue Alliance speedily heading over to the pixel backdrop where they can score 5 points if it's properly placed. Both teams making manipulations. Great moves for the Blue Alliance here. The Red Alliance just shy of being able to match them as we exit this autonomous and pre-programmed period. Now, as we enter the teleoperated period, the humans have picked up their controllers and start manipulating the robots that they've built. Team 10-621 manipulating grain pieces as beautifully as it did during the autonomous period. Pixels are now worth 1 point if they're placed on the ground in the backstage, and 3 if they're placed in the backdrop. Additional points depending on how they're placed in the backdrop. But we'll have to stay tuned to see if any teams get to that in this match. Score is currently 31-23 in favor of the Blue Alliance. About a minute and a half remaining in the match. Genesis working with precision, moving their game pieces around to score them for their Alliance. The color doesn't particularly matter when it's in the backstage on the ground, but as soon as you move it up into the backdrop, you do have to be careful about placement to score additional points by building mosaics. A minute remaining in the match, the Red Alliance tightening back up the scores. We can see using the bottom corners, 4 for the Blue Alliance and 3 for the Red. That's how many pixels they've placed on their backdrop, which is that easel-like structure. Each of those is worth 3 points during the teleoperated period. In fact, the Red Alliance seems to have procured one of those mosaics that 3 pixels of the same color have gained them an additional 10 points, I believe. We've now entered the end game period. We'll start to see robots making their way over to the rigging. If they're successfully suspended by the end of the time period, they'll get 20 points. We'll also see some of those drones flying up and over the field. Depending on how close they land to the field, the more points they'll receive. About 13 seconds remaining in the match, we'll start to see robots elevating their way off the ground. They need to be suspended in order to get the max amount of points for their Alliance. And we're bringing up on just the last few seconds here of qualification match 8. Stick around to see those scores. Here are your scores. Qualification match 8. Your winners are the Red Alliance with a score of 87, 7 points above the Blue Lions. The Blue Lions did get a lot of points in endgame, but not enough to take home the win. 11-72, moving up into the second rank position.
Alrighty, everybody, let's move over to our other field for qualification match number 9 to meet our teams. Our first team on the Red Alliance is 11992 Radioactivity. Our other team is 17994 Ragnabotics. On our Blue Alliance, our first team is Team 24289 BG Hero 6. And then our final team in qualification match number 9 is 19932 Westside Red.
We love keeping these events free and open to the public. However, if you would like to make a donation to First Indiana Robotics, you can head over to the First Indiana Robotics table to the right of your audience. There's a nice tip jar there where you can just slide your credit card in and out to tip to First Indiana Robotics. Thank you for helping us keep these events free and open to the public.
Alrighty, we've got a thumbs up on the field. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, and at the start of autonomous period, Team 11992 moves into their autonomous box and puts their purple pixel onto the and towards the end of endgame, Team 11992, they are parked in the backstage area, which gives them 5 points for their alliance. Alrighty, and we begin our tele-up period, and our robots are off to score their pixels across the board. So we have some of our Blue Alliance teams going under the truss, under the riggings, trying to get to the backstage and backdrop. Westside Red moves into the backstage. While we see Radioactivity placing their first pixel onto the backdrop. Just a reminder that those colorful pixels, they can be put together to make those mosaics that give those teams bonus points. All teams are back at their wings trying to pick up those pixels to move them back to the backstage. Team Westside Red is trying to move under those riggings and through center stage to get back to that backstage. $11,992 pushes through to that backdrop, and they put one more pixel. Placing that pixel on that backdrop is 3 points for the Alliance. As these robots continue into endgame, we see those drones begin to fly. Ragnabotic seems as though they are about to climb, and they do. They climb on that rigging. That's 20 points for their team in the endgame. Will that endgame climb be enough for the team to keep their lead? We shall see. Alrighty, and for qualification match number 9, it will be the Red Alliance with a score of 31-9. A lot of those points coming from that awesome climb in the end game. Congratulations to both alliances. Alrighty, everybody, let's turn to screen 2 qualification match number 10 and meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, our first team is Team 11959, Colonel Panic. And their alliance partner is Team 2689, Battleground Robotics. Competing against them on the Blue Alliance is Team 17012, Precision Guessworks. And last but not certainly least, in qualification match number 10, we have team 21-6-24, the Titans. Alrighty, everybody, we've got a thumbs up on the field. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, and at the beginning of our autonomous period, we've got all our robots starting this match. Just a reminder that once teleop period starts, these drivers, they will move towards the backstage to score their pixels in the backstage and the backdrop, giving different point values for each. Alrighty, these teams are picking up their controllers. We are off in teleop. These robots are moving across the field. Precision Guessworks is trying to pick up some pixels over by their truss, while we see team Colonel Panic with that yellow and purple pixel in the air trying to score that on their backdrop. Each of these pixels individually is worth 3 points. And we've got the Titans over on the Blue Alliance that have scored the first pixel on a backdrop. That purple pixel is worth 3 points for the Alliance. Some congestion in the Red Alliance backstage area causing Precision Guessworks has a continued effort to push those pixels into their backstage area. Each of those pixels is worth 1 point. A small but very important way to gain points throughout this game. Those Blue Alliance teams are having some excellent conversations with their human player over in their other corner in their wing, making sure to get those pixels as quickly as possible. And that sound means that endgame has begun for this match. We're going to start seeing some robots climbing, potentially flying their drones to the different zones. Colonel Panic is able to shoot into zone 1. That will be 30 points for their alliance, a major help to their score in the endgame. Both Red Alliance teams seem to be attempting to climb onto the different rungs. And we see Colonel Panic also climbing, and both teams on the Blue Alliance parked in that backstage area. That will be 5 points each for those teams. Alrighty, the score is good for qualification match 10, and it will be the Red Alliance with a score of 56-18. Those endgame points really helped the Red Alliance with that drone and the climb. Congratulations to both alliances. Alrighty, everybody, moving over to the other field for qualification match 11. Let's go ahead and introduce these teams. Starting on the Red Alliance, we have team 6518, Westside Black. They are partnered with team 8791, Green Machine. Across the way, we have our Blue Alliance. The first team is team 14596, Accelerate. The final team in this qualification match is team 8793, the Wired Woodmen. Alrighty, we have a thumbs up on the field. Drivers in the box. In 3, 2, 1, go! Alrighty, and our teams are off. Both Westside Black and Accelerate are moving towards their backstage areas, hopefully placing some of those pixels for additional points in autonomous period. Remember, parking in this area during autonomous period is an additional 5 points for each of these teams. With the beginning of teleop period, we see our robots zooming across the field. We've got Accelerate going ahead and quickly placing a pixel on the backdrop. Both teams on the Red Alliance are quick to place pixels on the backstage, both of their preloaded pixels. That allows for 4 immediate points for both teams. Accelerate has placed their 3rd pixel onto the backdrop. The Wired Woodmen are trying to get through their truss on the other team, while the Green Machine rushes through center stage, putting more pixels into their backstage area. Westside Black seems to be having some technical difficulties, but their alliance partner is doing an excellent job keeping up for the both of them throughout this match. The Red Alliance makes it over to their wing to pick up some more pixels. With that sound of the whistle, it is endgame time for these robots. These robots have multiple different options. They can shoot their drones or climb or park to receive additional points. Some unsuccessful drone shots, unfortunately, from 2 of our teams. Those drone shots can be a variety of points based on where those paper airplanes land, up to 30 points for each of those airplanes. The Green Machine was able to climb and receive 20 points for their alliance, while Accelerate made an attempt but fell short on time. Let's see how these teams shook up. Alrighty, everybody, our scores are in for this qualification match, and the winner will be the Red Alliance, coming out victorious with a score of 55 points to 29 points. Again, a lot of those points are coming from that endgame period, focusing on making sure that those robots can climb and launch those drones. Congratulations to all of these teams, and a special congratulations to the Red Alliance, where both teams are now in the top 5 teams of the event. Alrighty, everybody, let's go ahead and meet our qualification match 12 teams. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 21931 Westside Gray. And for this match, they are partnering with Team 8272, the CC Sparks. Over on the red side of the field, our first team is Team 4366 Westside Gold. And last but certainly not least for this qualification match, we have Team 13414 Circuit Breakers. We are ready on the field. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, and robots are moving to try and make those autonomous period. Westside Gray is parked in that backstage area, giving them 5 points for parking in autonomous period. Their alliance partner, the CC Sparks, attempted to place those pixels with that original pixel in that starter area, but unfortunately failed to place correctly. As we move into teleop period, our robots are off, trying to get across the field to score those pixels. The circuit breaker is attempting to score 2 different pixels onto their backdrop. And they're successful, placing both a purple and a yellow pixel. Westside Gold is having some struggle getting through that center stage area. That PVC pipe is a little bit tough for some of those robots to get through. It's a little bit heavy, it's easy to get caught on, and a potential blockage for those teams. Westside Gray with an unfortunate drop off the backboard, but still scoring in that backstage area at 1 point. Both CC Sparks and Westside Gold are trying to make their way with pixels to the other side of the field. The Blue Alliance seems to have an interesting strategy of one alliance partner pushing pixels to the other, focusing on making sure that nobody has to go all the way through that middle truss, that problem area that we're seeing for the Red Alliance. With that whistle, we in the end game. We're going to start seeing some robots maybe climbing, maybe flying those drones. An awesome score on the backdrop from the Westside Gray team. Westside Gold on the Red Alliance is trying to attack one of those trusses with their climber and hopefully get those 20 extra points in the end game. And they have successfully climbed. Awesome match from both teams. Alrighty, scores are ready for qualification match number 12. And the Red Alliance will come out victorious with a score of 44-11. A lot of those points, again, coming from that endgame period.
welcome everyone back from lunch. We're going to go ahead and start with qualification match number 13 in just a few moments. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, we have team 18638, giant, wacky, waving, inflatable, arm flailing tube man. And joining them are their alliance partners, team 19366, CTF. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 22132, Gear Seekers. And joining them are their alliance partners, team 8578, Juden Key Robotics. All right, let's go ahead and start qualification match number 13 in 3, 2, 1, go. It looks like 8578 is moving out of their location, coming all the way over to the other side of the field, and successfully parking in their backstage. Looks like 19366 joins them for the Red Alliance, parking in that backstage section. There's 6 seconds left in autonomous. All right, we have now started our 2-minute driver control period. It looks like 8578 is already starting to place those pixels in their backstage area. And 21132 is joining them. Looks like 19366 are bringing those white pixels from the other side of the field over to their backstage section, trying to score those points for their team. Looks like the Red Alliance has right now 5 of their pixels in that backstage area, and the Blue Alliance has 1. $19,366 adds another pixel to that backstage area while they picked up 2 more to deposit it in that section. It looks like 8578 is going for placing some pixels on that backdrop board. There's 50 seconds left in the match. It's 6-8 in favor of the Red Alliance. Looks like 18638 has placed a pixel successfully in that backstage area. Right now, the Red Alliance has 11 of those pixels in the backstage area, with the Blue Alliance having 5. It is 11-10. It looks like 22132 just puts that paper airplane in that second landing zone, jumping that score up to 30-11 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We have 10 seconds left in the match as 19366 successfully climbs along with 8578. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Awesome job. Let's give a round of applause for qualification match number 13. All right, let's go ahead and look at the results for qualification match number 13. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, winning with a score of 55-37. All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for match number 14. On the Red Alliance, we have team 13750, the Lab Rats. And joining them is team 10621, North Robotics. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 17994, Ragnabotics. And joining them is team 11959, Colonel Panic. All right, let's go ahead and start match number 14 in 3, 2, 1, go. It looks like team 10621 has moved out of their original placement and it's going for a yellow pixel on that backdrop. And over on the Blue Alliance, we have a robot parked in their backstage area, earning the team 5 points. And the robot on the Red Alliance joins them, getting that additional 5 points. All right, our 2-minute teleoperated period of the match has started. It looks like robots are immediately going for those pixels to place on that backdrop. 11959 successfully places a yellow and a blue pixel on that backdrop as it lifts up that stage door to make it away across the field with its arm. Over on the Red Alliance, we have a white pixel successfully placed on that backdrop. Looks like Colonel Panic is making its way across the field again to place another pixel. Successfully placing 2 green pixels on that backdrop. Looks like some of the other teams are pushing those pixels into the backstage area. It is 1 point for all the pixels on the ground in that taped off section and 3 points each for those pixels on the backdrop. We're nearing on 50 seconds left in the match. The Blue Alliance has 32 points, Red Alliance has 17. Colonel Panic goes for another 2 pixels onto that backdrop, earning their team an additional 6 points. That sound means it's the last 30 seconds of the match, and teams are able to launch those paper airplane drones to their landing zones. Teams are also able to climb, and on the Blue Alliance, we have a successful climb, and it looks like we have a blue drone in the first landing zone and a red one in the second. We're under 10 seconds left in the match. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Let's give a huge round of applause for all the teams at qualification match number 14. All right, let's go ahead and look at those results for match number 14. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, winning with a score of 96-50. All right, and let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 15. On the Red Alliance, we have team 14596, Accelerate. And joining them are their alliance partners, team 17012, Precision Gasworks. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 14084, insert name here. And joining them is team 24289, BG Hero 6. All right, let's go ahead and start match number 15 in 3, 2, 1, go. It looks like 14596 has moved out of that original starting position and has successfully parked in their backstage area along with team 14084. Those both earned each alliance 5 points. There's 10 seconds left in the autonomous period. And after that, we will start our driver-controlled period. Our 2-minute driver control period has begun, and teams are already making their way across the field, getting those pixels to put in their backstage and backdrop areas. It looks like on the Red Alliance, we already have 2 pixels in the backstage area, earning the team 2 points, and 2 on that backdrop board, earning the team 6 points. It looks like Accelerate is going for some more pixel placement onto that backdrop board, adding 1 more for a total of 3 pixels and 9 points. And they add a 4th one to that backdrop board, racking up points for the Red Alliance, as their alliance partner 17012 adds 1 to that backstage area, and Accelerate adds 1 more pixel to their backdrop. It looks like the Blue Alliance is focusing on getting those pixels into their backstage area, trying to push them across the field, as Accelerate for the Red Alliance adds 1 more to that backdrop. We're just under a minute left in the match, over halfway through. Right now, the Blue Alliance has 7 points, and the Red Alliance has 57 points. As Accelerate continues to add some more pixels to that board and to the backstage area. Just as a reminder, the pixels on the board earn the alliance 3 points, while the ones on the ground in the backstage area earns the alliance 1 point each. That sound means we have now begun the end-game period. Teams are able to climb and shoot those drones into those landing zones. Looks like 14084 is attempting to climb, while other alliances go for getting some more pixels on the board. We have under 10 seconds left now. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Let's give a huge round of applause for teams in match number 15. All right, let's take a look at the results for match number 15. Congratulations to the Red Alliance, winning with a score of 96-7. All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 16. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have team 21931 Westside Gray. And joining them is team 535, team Tobor. And over on the Blue Alliance, we have two sister teams with team 19932 Westside Red. And joining them is team 6518 Westside Black. All right, let's go ahead and start match number 16 in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like on the Red Alliance, we have team 21931 parking in that backstage area, earning their lines 5 points. Right now, we have 15 seconds left in the autonomous period, which for an overall of 30 seconds. The robots have pre-programmed instructions that the teams have worked hard to give right before our teleoperated period, where drivers are able to control their robots and score more points. All right, we have started our 2-minute driver control period. Looks like team 21931 is going for that white pixel right in front of them to attempt to put onto that backdrop board and earn their team points. It looks like we have some difficulties getting those robots moving, but right now we have 3 of the 4 now up and running again. Looks like on the Red Alliance we have a successful pixel pickup, and that is placed in their backstage area. Right now the Red Alliance has 2 pixels in that backstage area, giving them 2 points. It looks like the other teams are attempting to push those pixels across the field into that taped off area. We have just under a minute left now. The Blue Alliance has a pixel in their backstage area as well. Looks like Tobor is going to go pick up some pixels from the far corner of the field and attempt to make it across the field into that taped off area. We have 30 seconds left in the match. Blue Alliance with 3 points, Red Alliance with 8 points. Decisions. Teams are now able to start climbing those. It looks like 21931 has successfully lifted off the ground. And there's a successful park. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's give a huge round of applause for teams in qualification match number 16.
Right, we have our scores for this qualification match. It's the Red Alliance winning 13-11, a low-scoring defensive battle. All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match 17. First on the Red Alliance, we have 8578. That's Juden Kai Robotics from Columbus, Indiana. Second on the Red Alliance is 13414, the Circuit Breakers from Kingman, Indiana. And then first on the Blue Alliance, we have 8791, the Green Machine from Greenwood, Indiana. Wrapping up this Blue Alliance, we have 11992 Radioactivity from Maryville, Indiana. All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. Starting off in the auto, we got Motion 11999. They are going to place the purple, but they are just outside of the spike mark. On the red side, 8578 is going to park and place a pixel. 11999 responds in kind. 8 seconds left. Things are more or less at rest. We're now in the driver-operated period of the match. 8791 passing under the trusses back and forth, able to get low and navigate effectively. They're going to work with the help of their human player. They're going to signal, and they are going to head right back across the field. For the red side, 8578, Juden Kai, unfortunately, is stuck under the truss right now, but they've got plenty of time to fix the situation. Let's hope they can get back into it. 13414, they are going to put a pixel down. That will earn their alliance 3 points, and if they can connect a third purple pixel, they will earn 10 mosaic points. $87.91, the Green Machine, appropriately working like a machine at the moment, able to put down 2 pixels at a time with their human player coordinating it perfectly. That appears to be making up the majority of the points production for their alliance right now. For the Red Alliance, 85-78, Juden Kai manages to get free and get back into play with their alliance partners. Red is choosing a backdrop strategy as opposed to the backstage strategy of their opponents. One red drone fired, it's no good. One blue drone fired, it's no good. It appears as though 11-992 misfires, unfortunately. There's still plenty of time to make that up with climb points. We've got 10 seconds left. Bo, it's anyone's match. One blue bot in the air, two red bots in the air. The first double climb I've seen today. That is an impressive 40-point endgame performance. We finally have our scores for match 17. It's the Red Alliance. They're going to pick up the win 60-37. The majority of their victory was propelled by that double climb, those 40 endgame points, which they got for getting both of their alliance's robots in the air. All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match 18 here at the Lafayette Qualifying Tournament. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, we have 8793, the Wired Woodman from Greenwood, Indiana. Their alliance partners from not quite as far away. They're just across the river. It's 4366 West Side Gold. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 18638. Their name's equally a mouthful. Giant Wacky Waving Inflatable Arm Flailing 2-Man from Lafayette, Indiana. Wrapping up the Blue Alliance, it's their partners 11-272 Team Genesis, also from right here in town. All right, we've got the thumbs up. Drivers in the box. 3, 2, 1, go. As we start this autonomous period, 3 bots in motion, 11-272. They are going to place on the spike mark and get those 20 points for doing it with their custom marker. They will then go ahead and they will place the pixel on the corresponding backdrop in order to get another 20 points for their alliance. So we've got a couple of parks, 2 on the blue, 1 on the red, a fairly active. Before the computer interrupted me, an active autonomous period. Now with the students taking over, we have a lot of activity. Blue Alliance playing kind of close there with West Side. They do clear the contact, and they do get clear of each other fairly quick. With our Blue Alliance, 87-93, they are going go ahead. They're going to try picking up that white pixel. They're going to corral it into their backstage, and they're going to score it right away. 1860-38, the 2 men. Their human player has placed a few pixels for them to cooperate and grab them. They're going to go ahead and corral that and score on their own. West Side's going to use an impressive claw system, and they are going to score a couple of white pieces. White pieces do not count toward any mosaic points, but it is still 3 points per piece placed during the driver-operated period. Over on the far side of the field, we've got plenty of activity. 3 machines working tirelessly. 87-93 is going to be in their alliance's wing, having some trouble. Hopefully they can get that figured out. They're going to clear, let their human player place another piece, and they're going to try again. Now that we're in the endgame period, Blue has a massive advantage. 11-272. They are going to try getting the last word. They might actually get the line bonus. No, it does not look like they will, but they came close. With 10 seconds left, 11-272 is going to fire. Doesn't work. 18-638 is already parked in their backstage. That'll get them 5 points. 10 points for parking on red. And that will be the end of our match. A very impressive offensive clinic put on by the Blue Alliance. Let's see what their score tallies up to in just a moment. It's the Blue Alliance winning 116 as their final tally to 28. It's not a high score, but it comes pretty close. 11,272. They are going to remain in that coveted first place spot. Let's go ahead and introduce our teams for qualification match 19. Starting us off on red 1, it's 8272, the Central Catholic Sparks. Then you've got their alliance mates 22-132, the Gearzerkers from Poseyville, Indiana. Over on the blue alliance, we've got 22-444, Revelation from Lafayette, Indiana. Rounding out this blue alliance, we've got 2689, Battleground Robotics from West Lafayette. We've got the signal. Drivers in the box. 3, 2, oh. I misspoke. All right, for real this time. Drivers in the box. 3, 2, 1, go. As we start the auto, we've got 2 bots in motion, 1 on red, 1 on blue. 8272 CC Sparks, they are going to go ahead and put both of their pixels down on the spike mark. 22-444, they are going to move a bit, not much. With 4 seconds left in auto. We are opening the driver operated period. 2689, they are going to work on that spike mark for a second. They are going to fire preemptively, and they do land between the edge of zone 3 and the outside. I'm actually not sure how that's scored. 22-132 over on the red alliance. They are going to work with picking up a yellow pixel. They're going to try and score it for their alliance. They've got the verticality to do it. Central Catholic, they are going to corral. Another thing, they have a funnel or a U on the middle of their robot that allows them to control game pieces, which is a very good passive mechanism for this year's game. $22,444. Their human player has stacked 2 white pixels on top of each other in the wing. They're going to utilize those to try and put their alliance ahead. It is currently 3-0 in favor of the Red Alliance. 22-132 is unfortunately stuck at the moment, but there is still plenty of time for them to get going, and they do. Central Catholic, unfortunately, does lose their drone. Now we are in the endgame period. 2869 is going to prepare. The other red drone being fired, unfortunately being wildly off the mark. 2869, they are going to attempt to climb. 22-444, they are attempt to shoot. That misses, unfortunately. With 5 seconds left, the Blue Alliance has a chance at a double climb, but 1 falls, 1's up. That will be the end of our match. We're going to see how this one scored. It's going to be tight when all is said and done. We have our scores for this qualification match. It's the Blue Alliance. They win match 19, 20-14, purely based off of their one robot climbing, picking up 20 endgame points. And you know what? Sometimes that's all you need. So they win 20-14. All right, I'm over here now. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match 20. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 21-6-24, the Titans from South Bend. Next to their next door neighbors, both geographically and literally, it's 14-5-96 from Granger, Indiana. Over on the blue side of the field, we've got 19-3-66 CTF from Bedford, Indiana. Rounding us out on the second blue station, it's going to be 19-9-32 West Side Red from across the river. All right, thanks for the thumbs up, Logan. Drivers in the box. 3, 2, 1, go. Accelerate. They're going to get moving early. They do place the purple piece on that spike mark. That will be the only movement we really see in auto. With 15 seconds left, things are pretty quiet. How was lunch, everyone? Oh, CTF does move. They are dressed as the Spanish Inquisition, so I guess I shouldn't have expected it. We're now in the driver-operated period of the match. Accelerate is going to start just like they started auto. They are going to be fast, and they are going to be explosive from the get-go. Their blue counterparts, CTF, is going to be over in the backstage working on that yellow pixel with their intake. Over on the far side of the field, their alliance partners, they are going to be working with their human player in order to score the pixels they need to put their alliance ahead on the backdrop. Accelerate, working very efficiently here. They seem somewhat close to getting that line bonus. Over on the far side of the field, 19-9-32, they are going to be helping their blue alliance, CTF, who's unfortunately inactive at the moment, and they are going to get some production going so their alliance doesn't fall too far behind with 50 seconds remaining. The Red Alliance is working hard, working fast. They have broken the plane of the first line on that backdrop. That means they do earn 10 points, which will be added on to their final score. Now that we're in the end game, the Red Alliance is going to seal this one. Going to try to seal this one, excuse me. $65-3 with 10 seconds left. Will they try to climb? Accelerate. They will fire a drone. Unfortunately, it's just short of the mark. With 2 seconds left, the Red Alliance is going to settle with parking. And that will be the match. We'll see what the final tally is in just a moment. All right, let's take a look at our scores for qualification match 20. It's the Red Alliance. They are going to get a final tally of 70-9. They had a very aggressive autonomous and driver-controlled period, which propelled them to a comfortable victory.
Alrighty, folks, let's meet our teams for qualification match 21. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we've got team 13750, the Lab Rats from Gary, Indiana. Joining them on the Red Alliance is team 17012, Precision Guessworks. Joining them across the field on the Blue Alliance, it's 11992 Radioactivity. And wrapping up our friends for this match, it's team 21931, Westside Gray from West Lafayette, Indiana. Drivers in the box, let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go! Qualification match 21 here at the Lafayette Tecumseh Qualifier event for FTC. Remember, the first 3 seconds that you're seeing now is completely pre-programmed. The only inputs are those cameras that the robots have on the field. Blue Alliance 19992 making good headway and heading into the backstage area. Being parked there at the end of the autonomous period does award additional points for their team. 5, I believe, is the total there. As we exit the autonomous period, the Blue Alliance is currently leading, but plenty of time to change that in teleop. We now enter the teleoperated period. The human controllers have picked up their controllers and begun controlling the robots that they built through this past season. 13-7-50, making quick work of the game pieces on the field. That's the Lab Rats from Gary, Indiana, quickly manipulating those pixel pieces perfectly to perfection, placing them in the back part of their backstage to gain 1 point for each of those for their alliance. We'll start to see teams migrating those pieces onto the backstage. The backdrop is that easel on the back side of the field. Scoring game pieces on there is worth 3 each during the teleoperated period. Blue Lions currently leading with 25 points over the Red Alliance's 8. Those symbols on the board that you're looking at for scoring in the top right, there's that trapezoid shape. That tells you how many of those pixels were placed in the backstage area during the game. Although currently the Red Alliance has a lot of those pixels, they will need more points potentially in endgame to bring the total back up to about even. 21-9-31, that's Westside Gray, making precise measurements and movements around their corner of the field, trying to prevent the Red Alliance from getting additional game pieces. They have to be careful not to interrupt that zone while their opponent is trying to. That's a protected area. There's plenty of white pixels on the audience side of the field, but they aren't what folks need for the backdrop. We've now entered the end game period. We're starting to see folks deploying their drones over out of the field, and they'll start climbing on the rigging. For every robot that's suspended, we'll see an extra 20 points for their alliance. This usually can make or break the score. It's only 10 points different at this moment. One team attempting to get up on the rigging. They're just shy, it looks like, as we finish up qualification 21. Big round of applause for all of our folks who participated. Here are your scores, qualification match 21. Your winners are the Red Alliance with a score of 73. Lots of penalties that match, but propelling them into winning that game. Let's meet our teams for qualification match 22. Starting on the Red Alliance, we've got team 14084. It's insert name here from Frankfort, Indiana. Joining them on the Red Alliance is Team 8793. It's the Wired Wedman from Greenwood, Indiana. Just across the field on the Blue Alliance is Team 535, Tobar. And wrapping up our friends for this match is Team 8575, Juden Key Robotics from Columbus, Indiana. Drivers in the box, let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, go. Welcome to qualification match 22 here at the Lafayette Tecumseh Qualifier event. Robots are currently moving autonomously. That's pre-programmed. All robots except for one, so that's 2 on the Blue Alliance, are making progress during this attempted time period. Red Alliance securely parked in the red side of their backstage, scoring 10 points, I believe, for their alliance due to being parked at the end of the autonomous period. Score is currently 10-11, and they'll have the remaining time to change that. We've now moved into the autonomous period, which is now human controlled. Robots will start to score a lot more points than they had beforehand. The point value are lowered for all the game pieces, but there's plenty of more time to score them. Team 8790, that's the Wired Woodman, making quick work of the audience side of the field, whizzing around trying to collect game pieces. They'll interact with those taped off corners by their human player to get additional colored game pieces into play. The name of the game this year is scoring those pixels onto the back drop. The backdrop is that black easel. If they're trying to get a bunch of the same color, there's potential for some bonus points in the form of mosaics, but they need to be able to traverse under the rigging and the stage to get those pieces where they need to go. Team 14084 trying to pick up that white pixel from just under the truss. Those will start there at the beginning of the match, but any team can manipulate them into the correct position. 8793 using their unique mechanism wheels to push game pieces in a passive manner around the field. Not quite able to grab off the top of those white pixel stacks, but can quickly slide them around the field, making sure that they maintain the minimum amount of contact. Team 335 sliding just under the stage rigging as we enter endgame. We'll start to see those drones shot off by the teams. They're trying to get as close as they can to the field of play, but any of them near those white lines will score additional points for their alliance. Score is currently 39-18. We've seen lots of points here in the endgame. 85-78. That's Juden Key Robotics already up on the rigging, scoring an additional 20 points for their alliance for being suspended. The rest of the team sitting pretty as we end the qualification match 22. A round of applause for all of our folks in this match. And here are your scores. Qualification match 22. Your winners are the Blue Alliance with a score of 60. Plenty of points in both the autonomous and endgame, securing their victory. Both of those teams remaining in those picking positions as we inch closer to alliance selections. And we're ready to meet our teams for qualification match 23. Starting off as usual on the Red Alliance, we've got team 17994. It's the Quack Robotics from Boise, Indiana. Joining them on the Red Alliance from just across the river, it's team 4366, Westside Gold. Across the field, playing against them in this match on the Blue Alliance, it's team 2689, Battleground Robotics. Joining them, their neighbors on the Blue Alliance, it's team 6518, Westside Black. Drivers in the box, let's get underway in 3, 2, 1, go. As we start the autonomous period, we'll start to see a lot of teams moving pre-programmed manners. A lot of teams haven't taken the option to use a team mascot in this case, but Blue Alliance sprinting just over to their backstage area, placing 2 pixels, it seems, to score points for their alliance. Being parked in the backstage, that trapezoid area in the back can score additional points for their alliance. We'll have to check in with the refs as we continue this match. Picking up their controllers, these robots are now human-controlled as they continue for the rest of the match. Westside Black making quick use of their orange pickup mechanism, flinging game pieces around and trying to capture it into their mechanism. 2686, that's Battleground Robotics, just across the river in West Lafayette, has a unique 3D printed mechanism, it seems, to scoop pieces up off the ground. They're currently working on that white piece that was just in front of them during the autonomous period. Just about any piece on the field is free game as long as it's not in a protected tape area. So we'll see robots picking up pieces in that human-player interaction zone and bringing it across the field to that backstage and backdrop. 4366 making some great progress, placing a white pixel on their backdrop, scoring 3 points for their alliance. Each pixel scored up there is worth 3, but just dropping it in the back zone does award 1 point. 17994 looking to cause some chaos for its opponents. Messing around in their drop-off zone, trying to cause as much havoc as possible. 6518 proudly displaying that Andy Mark logo as they whiz around the field. All teams hoping to be great competitors today as we currently have the scores 12-17 in favor of the Red Alliance. As we enter into the end game, we'll see those drones fire off. Looks like one landed just outside the field, which is pretty good for that team. Almost all robots attempting some sort of climb as we enter the end game. About 12 seconds remaining. They have to make sure they're elevated off the ground with no parts touching to get those 20 points for being suspended from the rigging. Just a few seconds remaining in the match to get elevated. And that's all for this. Round of applause for all those involved. Here are your scores for qualification match 23. Your winners are the Red Alliance with a score of 76-23. Lots of points in the end game. 17-9-94, maintaining their third rank position. And we're ready to meet our teams for qualification match 24. Starting off on the Red Alliance, it's 24-89, Big Heroes 6. Joining them on the Red Alliance is team 22-132, the Gear Seekers from Poseyville, Indiana. Against the field on the Blue Alliance is team 21-624, the Titans from South Bend, Indiana. And wrapping up our friends for this alliance is team 11-272, the team Genesis. Drivers in the box. Let's get the match underway in 3, 2, 1, go. Welcome to qualification match 24. We're currently in the autonomous period. Remember, it's pre-programmed. Robots can score extra points during this time as most game pieces are worth more. Team 11-272 making their way over to the backdrop where they'll potentially score some points for their alliance. Successfully doing so during this time scores 10 points, I believe, depending on the location of that pixel. So lots of points, 50 points on the board already for the Blue Alliance. That high-performing team, 11-272, they're from Lafayette, Indiana, so not far. They have a great autonomous. We'll have to see if they keep up as we move into the tally-out period. The Red Alliance is not quite out yet. Plenty of time remaining to bring that difference to a smaller point. 21-624, adding to the success of their teammate, trying to add additional pieces to the backdrop. Each of those scored during the tally-out period is worth 3 points for their alliance. There's a lot of white pixels at the front of the field. Those started there at the beginning of the game, but if you want colored ones, you can get those from your human player station in the corners of the field. (24-289), that's Big Hero 6, making quick use of that pixel in the center of the field. It started there during the autonomous period, but they're free to manipulate any game piece outside of those taped off areas. Just sliding it into the back area will score 1 point for their alliance. 45 seconds remaining in the match. The score currently 60-0, but lots of points available in this year's end game. (22-132) sitting in that backstage area as we enter endgame. They're hoping to fire their drone and get additional points for their alliance. Sitting there at the end of the game will score additional points, so they might just sit tight as time dwindles down. About 15 seconds remaining. Teams will probably make their way towards the rigging to get suspended off the ground for those additional points. Firing drones while they still have the time. Looks like it's landed in that second or first zone. As time runs short, we'll have to see how these scores total up. And here are your scores, qualification match 24. Your winners are the Blue Alliance. Taking it with a score of 125, our new high score. Like we saw, lots of points in Autonomous and Endgame. 11-2-72 remaining in their first ranked position and pulling along their alliance partner into the 11th place as we head forward into our next match.
Alrighty, everybody, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for qualification match number 25. Okay, on the Red Alliance, our first team is Team 22444 Revelation. And their alliance partner, Team 18638. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 13414 Circuit Breakers. And our final team in this qualification match is Team 11959 Colonel Panic. Alrighty, we got a thumbs up from the ref. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, and with that signal, we are starting the autonomous period. In this period, teams are able to go ahead and place one of their pixels on the spike. That movement that you saw before we started this match with the referees, they are moving that pixel to a randomized location on the spike. If teams are able to place that item, they can get 10 or 20 points. Alrighty, and our teleop period has begun, and our teams are off, trying to get those pixels into their backstage and their... Circuit Breakers is doing an excellent job making sure that they are getting some pixels into that backdrop, getting both their preloaded yellow and purple pixels into that structure. (18638) is moving some of those pixels into their backstage area, trying to focus on getting those maybe 1-point opportunities to get those pixels in place. While their alliance partner focuses on that backdrop, each of those pixels is worth 3 points. Circuit Breaker seems to be having the strategy of having two separate mosaics made on their backdrop. Those mosaics can either be made by making mosaics of 3 different colors together, or as we can see here, they're having 2 different solid color mosaics. So if they can get a third purple and a third yellow on top of their already made structures, they will get 10 extra points. The Red Alliance is working together to try and get those on the backdrop, making sure that they can get as many of those pixels as possible. Our team just started the end game and are launching those drones. And Revelation was able to get the 30-point Zone 1 opportunity, allowing them for a big lead in this end game. With that, Revelation and Circuit Breakers and Colonel Panic have all been able to climb in this match. And Giant Wacky and the 18338 has parked with 5 additional points. Let's see how this one shakes out, everybody. Alrighty, our scores are in for this qualification match. And the winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 74 to 64. A super, super close match. Congratulations to both alliances. Alrighty, everybody, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for qualification match number 26. Starting off with our Red Alliance, we have team 10621 North Robotics. Today, they are partnered with team 8791 Green Machine. Across the way over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 8272 CC Sparks. And paired with them is team 19366 CTF. Alrighty, we are all good on the field. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, and with this autonomous period, we have robots trying to search for that pixel on the spike, or we have other robots searching for some points on that backdrop. If they can score on the backdrop or in the backstage area, they get additional points than if in teleop period. Team CTF did an excellent job getting that to that point on the spike. That will be an additional 20 points for their team. Alrighty, and with that, the robots are off into teleop period, traveling in and out of the trusses and center stage. Green Machine is focusing on getting to their human player station, making sure to get those pixels loaded into their robot. Some defense being played by robots in the back area of the field near their scoring places. Robots are kind of sandwiching themselves together to try and create that defense between them. The Blue Alliance is focusing a lot on getting those pixels in that backstage area. 1 point each, but a very effective and quick strategy for those that don't have dropper mechanisms. North Robotics dropping a third pixel into that backdrop. Both North Robotics and Green Machine are focusing on picking up those pixels across the way. But with the end game, everybody is focusing now on flying their drones. Two of our robots are focused on climbing. Both CTF and North Robotics ascend into the top of the truss, with Green Machine close behind them. We have 3 climbing robots on this match officially. Congratulations to all alliances. Scores are in for this match. And let's see who came out victorious. It was the Blue Lions with a score of 77 to 63, shooting both CC Sparks and CTF up to 10 and 13th place respectively overall in the competition. For this match, that placement of the pixel in autonomous period secured the victory for the Alliance. Alrighty, everybody, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 27. First off, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 2689, Battleground Robotics. Pairing up with them for this match is Team 11992, Radioactivity. Over on the other side of the field, we have Team 535, Tobor. And our final team in this match is Team 14596, Accelerate. Alrighty, we have a thumbs up on the field. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, and our robots are off for the autonomous period. Here we can see robots trying to place those pixels successfully with the set white pixel or item, or parking in the backstage area for an additional 5 points for the team. Autonomous period can be a crucial period of time for those starting points. Get those big numbers of points when everything is double to try and make sure to secure a lead early in the game. And that marks the beginning of our teleop period. Robots are zooming around the field looking for those pixels to try and put them in their backstage and backdrop areas. Radioactivity focusing on their pixel that they used in the autonomous period that can be rescored on their backstage and backdrop area. While Accelerate is already focused on getting 2 pixels on that backdrop. Those are 3 points each. Team Radioactivity focusing on precision as they pick up those pixels, trying to make sure that they can get across the field successfully. Tobor seems to be having some issues getting through the truss area of the field, making sure to be able to pick up those pixels, but also get through that rough terrain. Radioactivity is attempting to place a white pixel onto their backstage or backdrop. With the endgame, robots are now launching their drones into the zone areas. We've got both teams on the Red Alliance launching their drones into the Zone 1 and Zone 2 points respectfully. Those will be 30 and 20 points each for the Alliance. Tobor focusing on parking for that endgame. Parking is a very crucial element of this as it gets you those 5 additional points. Battleground Robotics attempts to climb, but unfortunately falls just as the end of the match is rung. Alrighty, we are ready for the scores of this match. The winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 44-36. Endgame being the crucial portion of this match, showing even though the driver controlled for the Blue Alliance was stronger, those points in the endgame are completely crucial to making sure that a team scores well in a match. Alrighty, everybody, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 28. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have team 17994 Ragnabotics. And they are partnering up with team 22132, the Gear Circers. Over on the Blue Alliance, our first team is team 17012 Precision Guessworks. And on an alliance with them is team 8793, the Wired Woodmen. Already, we got a thumbs up on the field. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. A slower start to the match during our autonomous period, but Ragnabotics is able to move back into that backstage area to get some additional points for the autonomous period. That noise means that drivers are able to pick up their controllers as the next 2 minutes of our match will be in teleop, meaning that they are driver controlled by these students. Strong start from the Blue Alliance by both teams pushing their pixels into the backstage area. Each of those points on the ground is 1 point each for that alliance. Some traffic in the Red Alliance area as Gear Circers and Ragnabotics are trying to fight for a spot to place their pixels. A lot of teams today are having difficulty moving through that truss area, getting back to the area where they can pick up the pixels from their human player station, as well as the rows of white pixels across the back of the front of the board. Ragnabotics begins to make the trek across the trusses and try to get some more pixels for their team to score some more points. The Wired Woodmen are working on getting across and through that center stage bar. That actually is a really difficult bar for a lot of teams, as we're seeing a lot of mechanisms getting stuck on that today. And that sound begins the time for endgame. Robots are now allowed to climb and launch their drones to gain some additional points. Unfortunately, the Berserker's drone launched slightly too far for that third zone. we see the Wired Woodman and 22-132 focusing on parking to get those additional points. That will be 5 points per robot. But Ragnabotics, as we can see, was able to climb the truss, and that will gain their alliance an additional 20 points. Alrighty, our score is ready. For qualification match 28, the Red Alliance will come out victorious with a score of 39-20. Ragnabotics stays in third place and brings 22-132 up to 20th. That endgame, again, was crucial to the win of this match. Congratulations to both alliances.
All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 29. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we have Team 8578, Jude and Key Robotics. And joining them is their alliance partner, Team 19932, Westside Red. Over on the blue lines, we have Team 11272, Genesis. And joining them is Team 13750, the Lab Rats. All right, let's go ahead and start match number 29 in 3, 2, 1, go. It looks like Team 11272 has moved out of that starting position and attempts to place that purple pixel onto the spike. And for the Red Alliance, we have a one parked robot successfully, and 11272 is going for that placement on that backdrop, successfully scoring it in the backstage area and parking for the Blue Alliance. There's 5 seconds left in the autonomous period. Shortly, we'll start the teleoperated period where teams are able to control their robots. That driver control period has now started, and teams are making more across the field to go pick up those pixels. It looks like 11272 is going for a pixel placement on that backdrop board. Well, 19932 picks up that white pixel from the middle of the field. It looks like 8578 and 13750 are going for those pixels on the other side of the field, as 8578 pushes over those team markers into their backstage area. 8578 scores 2 white pixels on their backdrop board, scoring their alliance 6 points, 3 each for those pixels. It looks like the Blue Alliance also has 2 pixels on that backdrop board. There's a 1 minute left in the match. It's 18-21 in favor of the Red Alliance. It could go either way. So we should see how the rest of the match plays out as 85-78 is going for some more placement of those white pixels. And 11-272 is placing an additional yellow pixel for that bottom row of that backdrop. There's 30 seconds left. This means that teams can now launch those drones into the landing zones and attempt to climb those. Looks like 85-78 is going for a climb for the Red Alliance. And 13-750 has parked in their backstage area. There's 5 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1. Everyone give a huge round of applause for those teams in qualification match number 29. All right, let's take a look at the results for match number 29. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning that match 56-49. It's a close match, but that puts Juden Key Robotics in the first position as we are going into the last couple of matches before our alliance selection. All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 30. On the Red Alliance, we have team 24-289 BG Hero 6. And joining them is team 11959 Colonel Panic. Over on the blue line, we have team 19366 CTF. And joining them is team 4366 Westside Golds. Just another reminder, please, for each team, send over a representative over to the wall over on the left side of the gym. Let's go ahead and start match number 30 in 3, 2, 1, go. It looks like 4366 has already moved out of that starting position into their backstage area, parking their robot and scoring that Blue Alliance 5 points. Looks like 19366 is going for that purple pixel placement. There's 5 seconds left in the autonomous round. After this, there will be a 2-minute driver control period where the teams are trying to get as many pixels onto that board, as many points as possible. We're down to our last 3 matches of the qualification rounds for today. It looks like Colonel Panic is going for their first purple placement on that backdrop board, scoring 3 points for the Red Alliance, while on the blue lines, they do the same with that white pixel onto the board. The robots are going across the field to pick up those pixels and try and successfully place them onto that backdrop board, making stacks, mosaics, trying to get them above those white lines to get bonus points for the teams. The blue lines now has 3 pixels on that board, rounding off with 9 points total. Teams have to be careful when placing them, not to knock them off of the board, but still precisely place them on. It looks like Colonel Panic over on the Red Alliance and Team 4366 over on the Blue Alliance are placing their pixels onto that board and working on it respectively. Right now, the Blue Alliance has 5 of them, and the Red Alliance is working on their board and placing those into the backstage area. There's 45 seconds left in the match. Blue Alliance 26, Red Alliance 4. Teams are trying to get as many points as possible in this match. 30 seconds left. They're now allowed to climb and shoot those drone projectiles into the landing zone. It looks like the Red Alliance has successfully shot their drone into the far zone. There's 10 seconds left. Colonel Panic going for that last minute climb along with the Blue Alliance. 5 seconds left. We have 3 climbs. 3, 2, 1. Let's give a huge round of applause for those teams in qualification match number 30. All right, let's take a look at the results from match number 30. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning match number 30, 76 to 74. What a close match as we're rounding out qualifications for the day. These rankings are very important as we go into alliance selection. The top 4 teams are the spots that you're fighting for, trying to be those 4 alliance captains as we go into the playoffs. All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for qualification match number 31. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we have team 21931, Westside Gray. And joining them is team 22444, Revelation. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're starting off with team 8791, the Green Machine. And joining them are their alliance partners, team 14084, insert name here. All right, let's go ahead and start match number 31 in 3, 2, 1, go. 21931 immediately moves out of that starting position into their backstage area, earning Alliance 5 points for that parking. Looks like 14084 also joins them in moving into that Blue Alliance parking zone. This 30 seconds upon this period are pre-programmed instructions that teams have put into their robots to make them move by themselves. But in a few seconds, we will start that teleoperated period where drivers are able to control the robots with those controllers and rev hubs. All right, teams are now controlling their own robots it looks like teams are immediately going for those pixels to put onto those backstage boards. It's like 14084 is attempting to put a pixel onto that backdrop board. Unfortunately, they're not successful, but they still get points for that landing into their backstage area. That is 1 point for every pixel in that section, tape sectioned off. And it's 3 points for that onto that backboard. Human players are able to introduce those colored pixels into the field, so they're able to go for those backdrop placements, trying to earn those mosaics and get some bonus points for the team. Teams are making it across the field underneath that stage door, which seems to become an obstacle for many, as trying to make those robots as low as possible, or a mechanism that is able to lift that up in order to get across the field, pick up those pixels, and back to their scoring areas. Right now, there's just over 35 seconds left in the match. It is 18-37 in favor of the Red Alliance currently, but that just marks the spot for the end game period of the match. Teams are able to climb and launch those drones into the landing zones, and able to really turn the match around and make a big difference. It looks like the Red Alliance is going for a climb with 21-931. There's under 10 seconds left in the match. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's give a huge round of applause for teams in match number 31. Let's take a look at the results. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning match number 31, 73-25. All right. All right, there actually has been an update to match 31's final score. There was a hang that was missed. The final score is actually going to be 73-45. Still, the Red Alliance is taking the win for that match, but there is an updated score. All right, let's go ahead and meet the teams for match number 32, our second to last match. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we have team 6518, Westside Black. Here in first, we cheer for everybody. So every time a team is announced, let's be gracious professionals and cheer for everyone here today. Let's try it again. We have team 6518, Westside Black. There we go. And joining them is team 13414, Circuit Breakers. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 10621 North Robotics. And joining them is Team 21624 Titans. All right, let's go ahead and start match number 32 in 3, 2, 1, go. It looks like Team 6518 immediately moves out of their starting position, just shy of their backstage area. It looks like over on the Blue Alliance, Team 10621 is going for a pixel placement onto that backdrop board, successfully placing that yellow pixel. They also park in that backstage zone, gaining 5 additional points for the Blue Alliance. Right now, right after the autonomous period, it is 10-0 in favor of the Blue Alliance, starting off with that 10 points. We have now entered our 2-minute driver control period. Teams are going to go across the field to gather those pixels to try and place on that backdrop board. Looks like 21624 over on the Blue Alliance successfully places a yellow and purple pixel onto that board, earning their alliance 6 points. And over on the Red Alliance, 13414 is trying to follow suit, successfully placing a purple pixel on the very right. (21.624) is already back with another additional white pixel to place onto that backdrop board, once again earning their team alliance 3 points per pixel. 10621 adds another white pixel to that board, rounding the Blue Alliance off with 5 pixels currently on that board, 4 from Teleop, and the Red Alliance with 2 pixels from Teleop onto that board. Just as a reminder, pixels are worth 3 points onto that backdrop board and 1 point into that backstage taped off area on the floor. There's just under 50 seconds left in the match, 22-6 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Teams still have an opportunity to make it up in the end-game round by shooting those drones, climbing those staging. There's 35 seconds left. That marks our end-game period, where the climbing and the drone shooting can start. It looks like teams are going to continue to go for those pixels and try and score them onto that backdrop. Looks like the Red and the Blue Alliance attempts to throw those drones, but they are unsuccessful. But they are still going for those climbs. Under 10 seconds left in the match. 5 seconds left. Red Alliance is successful. 3, 2, 1. Let's give a huge round of applause for teams in qualification match number 32. All right, let's take a look at those results from match number 32. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning that match with a score of 29-25. It was a close match. We have one more match before the playoffs and alliance selection begins. There'll be the top 4 teams in this competition that are ranked are going to be the alliance captains, and each alliance will consist of 3 teams. So there'll be 12 teams in this competition moving on to the playoffs. We shall see what happens next. And that's all going to be determined by this last qualification match, number 33. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 18638, Giant Wacky Waving Inflatable Arm Flailing Tube Man. And joining them is Team 13750, the Lab Rats. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8272, CC Sparks. And joining them is Team 17994, Ragnabotics. All right, let's go ahead and start our last qualification match, number 33, in 3, 2, 1, go. It looks like 18638 is going for 2 placements of pixels in that backstage area and a park. That in total earns the Red Alliance 15 points before even starting that teleoperated period, putting them ahead of the Blue Alliance, but there is still plenty of time to make up for that. That sound means that we have officially entered our 2-minute teleoperated period where students are able to control their own robots. Teams are going for those pixels, picking them up, pushing them to their side of the field, scoring them in that backstage area on the taped off section on the floor. Each pixel in that section earns the Alliance 1 point from the floor. And if they place it on that backdrop board, that will earn 3 points for the Alliance and the opportunity to get those mosaics. It looks like 3 of the robots are over on the other side of the field, trying to gather those pixels up, push them into their respective scoring areas. We have just over 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the match. Right now, the score is 5-14 in favor of the Red Alliance, with the Red Alliance have 6 pixels on that backstage area on the floor, and the Blue Alliance with 5. The Blue Alliance pushes one of their team markers into that blue backstage area, earning the team additional points. There's 40 seconds left in the match. Right now it's 36-14 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Still plenty of time for the match to change, especially with this in-game period coming up. It's the last 30 seconds. Teams are able to climb and they're able to shoot those drones into the respective landing zones. We will see what happens. It looks like 2 robots, one on the red, one on the blue, are parked in their zones, earning their Alliance points for that parking. Looks like we're rounding off with 5 seconds left, still trying to score some pixels and climb and park. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's give a huge round of applause for teams in qualification match number 33. And that marks the end of qualification matches for today. Please stay tuned for Alliance selection and the playoff finals.
A win for the Blue Alliance for qualification 33 with 56 points. Lots of those in the end game, beating out Red Alliance's 28. Alrighty, folks, what an exciting day of qualification matches so far. It's now time to move into the elimination portion of our competition. But first, we need to figure out who are on our 4 alliances that are going to play in the elimination style tournament. They'll compete in the center stage presented by RTX here at the Lafayette Qualification Tournament. With 26 teams competing today, we will have 2 selection rounds for each of the 4 alliances, resulting in 3 teams each. Here's how alliance selections will work. First, we'll create our 4 alliances by picking the team with the highest ranking and bringing them out here on the field. And after the number 1 seed makes their selection, the next highest seed will continue until all teams have been picked and their selection's been made. We'll continue this process until we have 4 complete alliances, with each alliance making 3 teams each. The student representative from the highest ranked team on alliance is that alliance team's captain. After alliance captain extends an invitation to join their alliance, that representative from the invited team will come up and either accept or decline the invitation. There is one important rule during this process. If a team declines an invitation from an alliance partner, that team may not accept an invitation from another team. This means they might be holding out to become an alliance captain themselves, but if they deny an invitation, they cannot accept somebody else's. This declining team, like I mentioned, does not lose their right, though, to become an alliance captain, which is usually why they're denying that invitation. Throughout the day, teams have been scouting each other to evaluate strengths, weaknesses, and possible strategies in the elimination rounds. This is where we get to see the scouting come into action, where teams decide who to partner with. Each alliance captain is looking to make the strongest possible team and bring them into play during the elimination tournament. Once we have these 4 teams, we'll begin the elimination matches, where each has played best 2 out of 3, with the winner advancing in each round. The first match, Alliance 1, will compete against Alliance 4, and Alliance 2 against Alliance 3, and the winners of those will then continue on into the finals, where a center stage champion will be crowned. There's a lot on the line here, so let's go ahead and meet our teams. Captains, when you hear your name called, please come visit me on the field, and we'll get this party started. I first want to welcome to the field our 4th seeded team, Team 535.
Team 535, Tobor from Crawfordsville, Indiana.
Moving on to our 3rd ranked seed, that's Team 11272.
Team 11272, Genesis from Lafayette, Indiana.
Joining them down here on the field is Team 17994.
Team 17994, Ragnabotics from Poseyville, Indiana.
And your number 1 ranked seed during qualification matches, it's Team 8578.
Team 8578, Juden Key Robotics from Columbus, Indiana.
All right, here in a moment, we're going to check in with all of our alliance captains. We'll start with the 1st seed alliance, make our way down to the 4th. They'll each pick a teammate, and then we'll start back up here with our 1st alliance captain. Juden Key, who would you like to join your alliance?
Team Juden Key would like Team 14596 Accelerate to join our alliance.
114596. Would you like to join the 1st seed alliance?
Team 14596 would love to accelerate this alliance.
All right. We'll then proceed on to our 2nd seed team. Who would you like to join your alliance?
Team 17994 would like to invite Team 19366 CTF to join our alliance.
19336. What say ye?
CTF would love to freak this competition out with you.
All right. Moving on to our 3rd alliance captain. Who would you like to join your team?
Team 11272 Genesis would like to invite Team 13414 Circuit Breakers.
13414.
Team 13414 Circuit Breakers gratefully accepts.
All right. And moving on to our fourth alliance captain, who would like to join your alliance?
535 Tobor would like to invite 21931 Westside Gray.
Westside Gray.
Team 21931 gratefully accepts.
Your fourth alliance. All right, we're going to check back in with our first team, first alliance. Who would you like to join your team?
Team 8578 Juden Key would like Team 11959 Colonel Panic to join our team.
Colonel Panic. What are your thoughts on joining the first seed alliance?
Team 11959 Colonel Panic graciously accepts.
Your number one alliance. Let's check in with our second alliance captain.
Team 17994 would like to invite Team 21624, the Titans, to join our alliance.
Titans. Would you like to join the second alliance?
Team 21624 graciously accepts.
Your second alliance. Checking in now with our third alliance captain. Who would like to join your team?
We would like to invite Team 22444 Revelation.
Revelation. Would you like to join the third alliance?
Team 22444 gracefully accepts.
Your third alliance. And now checking in with our fourth alliance captain. Who would you like to join your alliance?
535 Tobor would like to invite 8791 Green Machine.
Green Machine. Would you like to join their alliance?
Team 8791 graciously accepts.
Your fourth alliance. All right, if you've been selected for play, stick around here. Our head ref is going to speak with you in a moment. We'll get started with those eliminations just shortly. Stick around for more action here at Tecumseh FRC. So sorry, you guys are right. FTC! All right, we'll be back for more action at 4:30 when we will begin our elimination matches. As a reminder, we love to keep these events free and open to the public. If you're interested in donating to First Indiana Robotics, we not only have a beautiful QR code, but also a tip jar off to the side. It's pretty easy using both methods. We love the folks who donate to help keeping our events free and open to the public.
All right, everyone, welcome back from our break. It is time to start our playoff matches for today. How it is going to work is that we will have 2 rounds of semifinals. Semifinal 1 with Alliance Seed 1 versus Alliance Seed 4. And semifinal 2 with Alliance Seed 2 versus Alliance Seed 3. The winners of these semifinals will then battle it out in our final match. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for semifinal match number 1. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 8578, Jude and Key Robotics. And joining them are their alliance partners, Team 14596, Accelerate. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're starting off with Team 21931, Westside Gray. And joining them are their alliance partners, Team 8791, Green Machine. Just to clarify for those still coming in the room, we're going to have 2 semifinal rounds. This is our first semifinal round, Alliance Seed 1 versus Alliance Seed 4. Best 2 out of 3 will move on to the finals, and then we'll have semifinal round number 2, Alliance Seed number 2 versus Alliance Seed 3. Best 2 out of 3 will move on to the finals, which is also a round of 2 out of 3. All right, let's go ahead and start our first semifinal match in 3, 2, 1, go. It looks like 21931 is already parked into their backstage zone. And Jude and Key is making their way across the field to park in their respective Red Alliance backstage zone. Both alliances earning 5 points, wrapping up this autonomous period. There are 10 seconds left. We have now started that 2-minute driver control period. Students are able to control their robots, gather as many pixels as possible, place those in the backstage bottom zone, and also on that backdrop board, trying to create those mosaics, trying to build up to those lines, get those bonuses, as many points as possible so they can move on and have a chance of advancing to the finals. It looks like Jude and Key are going for some pixels against that back wall. There's 3 robots over on the side of the scoring. 8791 are going for some more colored pixels in their human player corner. Looks like 14596 Accelerate just successfully placed one of those purple pixels on their backdrop board, rounding off 4 pixels on that board in total. Right now, the score is 20-9 in favor of the Red Alliance. There's still plenty of opportunity for points to be earned with a minute left now in this match. And the Red Alliance scoring yet another pixel on that backdrop board. The scoring yet another one as the Blue Alliance puts some of those pixels into that backstage area. The pixels on the ground in that taped off area are worth 1 point, while the backdrop pixels are worth 3 points. Right now, the Red Alliance currently has 6 of those pixels on that board, and the Blue Alliance has 8 of those pixels on the ground in that taped off area. Them just adding more to bump that up to 10. There are 30 seconds left. Teams can now shoot those drones into the respective landing zones and climb. Looks like the Red Alliance has successfully shot one of their drones into that first landing zone, which gives you the most points in their 2 successful climbs for the Blue and Red Alliance. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Wow! 2 successful Blue Alliance climbs and 1 successful Red Alliance climb and a paper airplane shot into that first landing zone. Everyone give a huge round of applause for semifinal match number 1. Good job to all the teams. All right, let's go ahead and look at the results for semifinal match number 1. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning this match. That is our number 1 seed Alliance winning 97-55, but it is not over yet. The Blue Alliance, Alliance number 4, still has 1 more opportunity to stay in the game. It is best 2 out of 3, so they can still tie it up and win the last one. It is not over yet.
Alrighty, everybody, it's time for semifinal match number 2. We have the 2nd seed Alliance versus the 3rd seed Alliance. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 17994 Ragnabotics. And on the field with them today is 21624 Titans. And their 3rd Alliance partner is Team 19366 CTF. Over on the Blue Alliance, our captain is Team 11272 Genesis. And they are playing with Team 13414 Circuit Breakers. And their final alliance partner is Team 22444 Revelation. Already, we are good to go on the field. Driver in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, with the start of this match, we have Alliance 2 versus Alliance 3. The winner of this match has their first win in a best 2 out of 3 and has the chance to move on to the finals. Both Ragnabotics and Genesis are moving back into their backstage area. Genesis hoping to drop onto the backdrop. That will be 10 points in autonomous period. Additionally, with that Team Genesis, they were able to place that purple pixel with the pixel in the spike, getting them 20 additional points. The Blue Alliance starts with a lead going into teleop, but we will see if the Red Alliance is able to overtake them. Circuit Breakers focusing on dropping 2 onto onto that backdrop. Those are now 5 points each in this teleop period and really crucial to gaining points in that teleop period. Our Red Alliance seems to be focusing on a mosaic of purple pixels over on the right side of their board. Now, if you get a mosaic, that's either 3 of the same color or 1 of each yellow, green, or purple, you get 10 additional points on your board. Over on the Blue Alliance, we do have 1 mosaic, that trio of yellow pixels, getting them 10 additional points. Circuit Breakers is focusing on those white pixels over on the front of the board. Teams are moving quickly as we get about 5 seconds before our endgame period. With this whistle, teams are now able to launch their drones as well as climb those trusses to gain extra additional points for their team. Endgame has been very crucial in competitions today. Matches have been turned by teams being able to climb and launch these drones correctly. On the Red Alliance, Ragnabotics was able to climb, getting an additional 24 into the team, and both teams on the Blue Alliance are attempting to climb as well, with only 1 team being able to lift off the ground. Congratulations to all our teams competing in this first semifinal match for the Alliance 2 and Alliance 3. Alrighty, and the winner of this match is the Blue Alliance. Now remember, this match does not send them to the finals immediately. The Alliance number 2 still has the opportunity to get to the final round if they win the next 2 matches.
All right, everyone, we are about to start our semifinal 1, match 2. This will determine who will move on or if we will have to have a tiebreaker match. If you recall our last match, Alliance number 1 won it. So if Alliance number 4 can pull through with this one, we'll have a tiebreaker match. Or if Alliance number 1 wins, they will move on to the final bracket. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for our second match of semifinal number 1. Playing for the Red Alliance, we have team 14596 Accelerate. And joining them are their alliance partners, team 11959 Colonel Panic. And supporting them from afar, it's team 8578 Jude and Key Robotics, their third alliance partner. And playing for the Blue Alliance in this match, it's team 535, Team Tobor. Joining them for this match is team 8791, Green Machine. And supporting them is team 21931, Westside Gray, their third alliance partner. All right, let's start our semifinal 1, match number 2 in 3, 2, 1, go. It looks like 14596 Accelerate immediately moves out of that starting position, attempting to put that purple pixel on that spike mark. There are 14 seconds left in the autonomous period. For those that are new to the game, it is a period where the robot has pre-programmed instructions that the students have written. We're going to soon start our teleoperated period. 2 minutes of driver controls that the students are able to control their robots and score as many points as possible to try to advance to that final round of matches and be crowned champion of today's qualifying tournament. It looks like Accelerate immediately goes for a placement of that yellow pixel in the middle of the backdrop. And 535 focuses on pushing those pixels into that backstage area. Right now, the Blue Alliance currently has 3 of those pixels on that floor in the backstage area, earning their team 3 points. And Accelerate adds to that backdrop board with 2 pixels now on the board for the Red Alliance. Accelerate is already back from going across the field and picking up more pixels to attempt to put that on their backdrop board. Colonel Panic makes their way over across the field and joins Accelerate in placing pixels onto their alliance's respective board, trying to create those mosaics and build up those pixels so you can get above those white lines and square bonuses. Right now we're nearing on the 1 minute mark left in the match. We can see Colonel Panic's unique way of making across that stage door, lifting it up with its arm, the same one that it's grabbing a pixel with to try and place it on that backdrop board. The Red Alliance nearly has the entire bottom row covered in pixels as Accelerate adds another one to it, and the Blue Alliance has a plethora of pixels on that floor, each giving their team 1 additional point. Right now the Blue Alliance currently has 10 pixels on that floor, and the Red Alliance has 7 of them. It is still a close match, 10-27 in favor of the Red Alliance, which is Alliance number 1. The Blue Alliance is trying to win this match and pull through so it can move on to that finals match and get a chance at that tiebreaker. It's now the end game. Teams can now climb and earn an additional 20 points for their alliance. It's a game changer. Less than 10 seconds left at this point. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Everyone, let's give a huge round of applause for the teams in semifinal match number 2. Let's take a look at the results from this match. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning this match. That means that the Alliance number 1 has now won their 2 matches and has officially advanced to the final round of this competition to be potentially named champion. Before we celebrate, can we please give a huge round of applause to Team 535, Team 21931, and Team 8791 for coming out and competing with us today and all of their hard work.
Alrighty, everybody, and going back over to our 2nd and 3rd seed alliances to compete for another win to move on to the finals. The 3rd seed alliance just needs 1 more win to make it to the finals. But if the 2 seed alliance comes back, they can play 1 more match to ensure their way to the finals. Starting on the Red Alliance, we have Team 17994 Ragnabotics. Partnering with them on this match, we have Team 19366 CTF. And their 3rd alliance partner is Team 21624 Titans. Over here on our 3rd seed alliance, their captain is Team 11272 Genesis. And with this match, they're playing with Team 22444 Revelation. And rounding out their alliance is Team 13414 Circuit Breakers. Alrighty, we are good to go on the field. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, as I said, this is a super crucial match for these teams. Alliance 3 needs 1 more win to make it to the finals, and Alliance 2 needs 1 more win to stay in the game. Genesis able to drop their pixel off with their team icon, allowing for a 20-point lead, as well as a team Revelation. The Blue Alliance is also able to drop a pixel into that backdrop, ensuring them a additional 10 points as well. Alrighty, and now moving into teleop period, the drivers have 2 minutes of free driving time to try and get that and keep their lead or catch up to the other alliance. Over on the Red Alliance, Team CTF is focusing on trying to get those pixels down in the backstage area. Each of those pixels is 1 point. Revelation blazes through that center stage area, trying to get those pixels into that backdrop to ensure that extra 3 points. Ragnabotics focusing on getting those pixels into that backstage area as well. The Red Alliance focusing on that ground, making sure they're focusing on that ground play. Those individual points may not seem like much, but they stack up extremely quickly when teams are able to push 2 of those pixels in at once. The Blue Alliance has been able to complete a mosaic. Those solid 3 yellow pixels together add an additional 10 points to their score, helping them keep their lead. That whistle signifies endgame. Robots are now allowed to shoot their drones as well as climb onto the trusses. The Blue Alliance is placing their final pixels onto their backdrop. Over on the Blue Alliance, they were able to shoot a drone into the 3rd zone, and both robots on the Red Alliance were able to climb, both giving 20 points to their team. A fantastic match from both alliances. Alrighty, scores are ready for semifinal 2, match number 2. And the win will be taken by the Blue Alliance, meaning that Alliance number 3 has received their 2nd win and will move on to the final matches. Congratulations to Team 11-272, 13-4-14, and 22-4-44 for making it to the finals. And a huge congratulations to our 2nd seed Alliance for making it this far in the competition today. Your teams on that Alliance are Team 17-9-94, Team 19-3-66, and Team 21-6-24. Let's give a huge round of applause to those teams.
All right, welcome to the finals of the Lafayette Qualifying Tournament. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for these finals matches. First, on our number 1 seed alliance, we have 8578 Judinkai Robotics. For this match, they're joined by their partners 14596 Accelerate. And they have a third member who's currently off the field. It's 11959 Colonel Panic. Now, let's visit with our blue colored 3 seeds. First off, we have 13414 the Circuit Breakers. Joining them on the other side of that truss is going to be 11272 Genesis. Currently off the field for this round is 22444 Revelation. We've got our thumbs up. Drivers in the box. 3, 2, 1, go. Based on the numbers both of these alliances put up in their respective semifinals, we should see some fireworks in this one. Starting off early, 8578, they're going to move, or they're going to park and place both of their pixels. 11272, they are going to place a yellow in their corresponding area. That is going to net them 20 points. Early advantage, 3620, your 1 seed. All bets are off now as the drivers currently have full control of their machines. All 4 robots in motion, 13414, wasting no time at all. They're going to place 1 pixel, another pixel. Their purple, unfortunately, falls onto the backstage. They still do earn a point for that, remember. Let's visit with our red alliance real quick. Accelerate. Using a mechanism that aligns perfectly with that backdrop, they are able to quickly and efficiently place pixels. Their partners, 8578, join them with a couple more, netting 6 more points for this red alliance. (11272) Team Genesis getting to work on that backdrop. Unfortunately, their partners do tip for a moment. Let's hope they can rectify the situation. (8578) carrying on after accidentally getting their alliance marker knocked off by Accelerate. They're going to drop a green and a yellow pixel into the backstage. It looks like that's their intention. With 30 seconds left in the match, it's still anyone's match. 1 point differential between these two alliances, 71-70. 8578, excuse me, Judenkai is going to go ahead and attempt their climb. 11272 and their alliance partners, 2 blue robots up in the air. Will the red alliance Accelerate is going to park and hope it is enough. What a match. 116 to 84. We're going to see who pulls it out in this first finals match. We have our scores for the first finals match. It's the Blue Alliance. Your 3 seed pulls off an early upset 121 to 108 in a match that was defined by explosive backdrop play. As we get closer to a conclusion here, it's only going to get more exciting. Stick around, folks. On the red side of the field, it looks like Colonel Panic is checking in for Accelerate. All right. Finals, round 2. Let's meet our teams for this one. Returning from last match, it's 11-72. Team Genesis. They are off the field at the moment. 13-4-1-4. The Circuit Breakers is the first team on the field for this match. And then checking in for Genesis, it's 22-44. Revelation. All right, on the red side of the field on our 1 seed. Starting us off, we have 85-78, Judin-Kai Robotics. Checking in for Accelerate, it's 11-9-59, Colonel Panic. All right, Logan's given us the thumbs up for potentially the last time today. Drivers in the box in 3, 2, 1, go. Starting off our auto, 11-2-72, they are going to place the piece on that spike mark. Over on the red side of the field, Judin-Kai, they have successfully placed both pieces down in their backstage, and they are going to park. With 9 seconds left, things are at a very tense rest with a couple of placements, a couple of parks. The drivers now have control of their robots, and they're playing it all with a championship on the line. Closest to me, 11-9-59, Colonel Panic. They are going to attempt to place a couple of pieces on their backdrop. Unfortunately, they do not fall. The Blue Alliance is hard at work. Colonel Panic, they are going to grab a couple of pixels and attempt to build on this early backdrop play. Judin-Kai cautiously making it across the field. They have to watch their profile. As the back of their robot says, it is indeed a wide load. Blue has placed another yellow piece down. If they place one more, it will be a mosaic, which will give them 10 bonus points should it stand. Let's visit back with our Red Alliance. Colonel Panic and Judin-Kai working in tandem, both in their backstage area, trying to catch up with the Blue Alliance's work they've put on their own backdrop. 56-25, Blue Alliance at the moment. Red is going to fire. Their drone makes it into Zone 3. Another Zone 2. A Blue makes it into Zone 3. That's probably the most drones I've seen score all day. With 14 seconds left, Blue has an apparent lead. 11-2-72. They are going to get up. Their alliance partners make it as well. Revelation, 2 bots in the air. Red has 1 bot in the air. What an explosive final match. Will the 3rd seed pull away with the victory, or will the red seed pull out a win and bring this thing to a rubber match? We have our result. It's the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to 11272 Genesis, 13414 the Circuit Breakers, and 22444 Revelation for winning the West Lafayette qualifying event. Lafayette qualifying event, excuse me. And really quick, can we get a resounding round of applause for our finalists? 8578 Judenkai Robotics, 14596 Accelerate, and 115959 for having an excellent day of competition and competing like crazy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Indiana Lafayette Qualifying Tournament Awards and closing ceremony for a First Tech Challenge and Center Stage presented by RTX. As you've experienced, First is a community of global citizens. We're more than an organization. We're a family, a movement, a culture for participants, volunteers, and supporters. Programs like First Tech Challenge are essential for creating scientists and innovators. This generation of STEM leaders and the next are truly the key to saving the world, and we must do all that we can to believe in them by preparing and celebrating them. It's time to celebrate the outstanding day that we've had today and our incredible participants. Before we hand out awards, let's thank the awesome people who made this event happen. Today could not have been possible without our volunteers. Please give a big round of applause for all the volunteers who have given their time, effort, dedication, and so much more to champion the game and make this program a success. And another big round of applause for our generous sponsors, our 2023-2024 First In-Show season sponsor, Qualcomm, and our First Tech Challenge 2023-2024 Center Stage sponsor, RTX. Thank you, guys. Getting right into the awards, our first award is the Judges' Choice Award. Sorry. And now our judges will come out onto the floor to help present our awards today. Everybody give a round of applause for the judges. And also welcome our referees to the floor that helped officiate all of our matches today. Big round of applause for our referees. Alrighty, and I think we are almost ready. Alrighty, teams. So as we do awards, you guys are going to go ahead and come around down this way where Brenna and I are standing, the people with the microphones. And then you are going to walk past all the judges. We're going to wave our pom-poms at you. You are going to pick up your award. And then you are going to go over to that first banner over there, and you are going to take a picture with your team. And then you are welcome to walk back to your seat. Is everybody good? Thumbs up? Fabulous. Where are you going to start? What direction? That way? To go that way? Fabulous. You guys are awesome. Okay, so to start our award ceremony, the first award is the Judges' Choice Award. The Judges' Choice Award is given at the discretion of the judges to a team they have encountered whose unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition, yet the team does not fit into any of the existing award categories.
Here's what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This tournament's Judges' Award goes to insert judge award here. No, wait, it's insert name here. Congratulations to team 14084.
Insert name here from Frankfort, Indiana.
So unfortunately, that award winner is not here for the ceremony today, but we are going to move on to our next award. This award has a third place, second place, and winner. The only person that will come up to the front and walk to get a picture is that first place winner. So third place and second place will stay tight in their seats. The Design Award expands on this year's challenge, inspiring teams to incorporate industrial design into their robots. These elements can be shown in the simplicity of the design as it applies to the tasks, the look and the feel of the robot, and how the design allows us to think of the robot in new ways. The design aspect must serve a function, but should also differentiate the robot in a unique fashion.
Congratulations to the third place winner of this award, team 22444.
Revelation from Lafayette, Indiana.
And congratulations to the second place winner of this award, team 535 Tobor.
Tobor from Crawfordsville, Indiana.
And here's what the judges have to say about the winner of this award. This well-designed team really surprised the judges with custom mechanisms. Their design process was extraordinarily robust and thorough. Our Geiger counter was off the charts. Congratulations to Team 11992 Radioactivity.
Radioactivity from Maryville, Indiana.
Congratulations, guys. Alrighty, our next award is the Motivate Award. The team that receives the Motivate Award celebrates the culture of FIRST and clearly shows what it means to be a team. This award celebrates the team that represents the essence of FIRST Tech Challenge competition through team building, team spirit, and displayed enthusiasm. This is a team who makes a collective effort to make FIRST known throughout their school and community and sparks others to embrace the culture of FIRST.
The third place winner of this award is Team 21624.
The Titans from South Bend, Indiana.
The second place winner of this award is Team 22132.
From Poseyville, Indiana, it's the Gear Zerkers.
And here's what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. General enthusiasm is an important part of FTC. This team's strength is embracing the culture of FIRST. In their neck of the woods, this team wires together events to motivate the next generation of FIRST. Congratulations to Team 8793 Wired Woodman.
From Greenwood, Indiana, it's the Wired Woodmen.
Our next award is the Control Award. The Control Award celebrates the team that demonstrates innovative thinking in the control system to solve game challenges such as autonomous operation, enhancing mechanical systems with intelligent control, or using sensors to achieve better results on the field.
The third place winner of this award is Team 10621.
That's North Robotics from Crawfordsville, Indiana.
The second place winner for this award is Team 8793 Wired Woodman.
The Wired Woodmen from Greenwood, Indiana.
And here's what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This team took full advantage of driver assists with a camera that found a target with some help from Roadrunner. If you were to take the derivative of velocity over flow system, you would find that they really accelerate. Congratulations to Team 14596.
That's Accelerate from Granger, Indiana.
Our next award is the Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX. The Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX, celebrates a team that has ingenuity and inventiveness to make their design come to life. This award is given to the team that the judges feel has the most innovative and creative robot design solution to the FIRST Tech Challenge game. Elements of this award include elegant design, robustness, and out-of-the-box thinking. This award may address the design of the whole robot or some sub-assembly component of the robot. The creative component needs to work consistently, but a robot does not have to work all of the time during matches to be considered for this award. The team's engineering portfolio showed the design of the components and the team's robot, and clearly explains how the team arrived at their solution.
The third place winner of this award is Team 10621.
North Robotics from Crawfordsville, Indiana.
The second place winner of this award is Team 8272.
the CC Sparks from Lafayette, Indiana.
And here's what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This team's innovative arm was complex to make their operation simple. Motors, servos, and strong materials alleviate all panic. They don't need to erase any ideas. Congratulations to Team 11959, Colonel Panic.
From Columbus, Indiana, it's Colonel Panic.
Our next award is the Connect Award. The Connect Award is presented to the team that the judges feel most connected with their local science, technology, engineering, and math community. A true FIRST team is more than the sum of its parts and recognizes that engaging in their local STEM community places an essential part in their success. The recipient of this award is recognized for helping the community understand FIRST, the FIRST Tech Challenge, and the team itself. In addition, this team aggressively seeks and recruits engineers and explores the opportunities available in the world of engineering, science, and technology.
The third place winner of this award is Team 17012, Precision Guessworks.
From Lafayette, Indiana, right here in this school, actually, it's Precision Guessworks.
The second place winner of this award is Team 2689.
Battleground Robotics from West Lafayette, Indiana.
And here's what the judges have to say about the winner of this award. This team engaged with their engineering worlds. This team connected STEAM in their community like a well-oiled machine. They left us green with envy. Congratulations to Team 8791, Green Machine.
From Greenwood, Indiana, it's Green Machine.
Our next award is the Think Award. The Think Award is given to the team that the judges feel best reflects the journey of the engineering design process. The engineering portfolio is the key reference for judges to help them identify the most deserving team. This team's engineering portfolio focused on the design and build stage of the team's robot and exemplified their journey as a team and engineers.
The third place winner of this award is Team 13750.
That's the Lab Rats from Gary, Indiana.
The second place winner of this award is Team 21931, Westside Gray.
Westside Gray from West Lafayette, Indiana.
And here's what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This one team exceeded with robot and software documentation, from 3D printed documentations to a thorough design process. In the very beginning, the team crunched the numbers to make a design you can put your faith in. Congratulations to Team 11272, Genesis.
From Lafayette, Indiana, it's Genesis.
All right, everybody, and now we would like to recognize our finalist alliances today. Starting with our finalist alliance, the captain is
Team 8578.
Juden Kai Robotics from Columbus, Indiana.
Yes, coming down when your name's called for the finalist and the winning alliance.
the second team in this alliance is
Team 14596, Accelerate.
Hailing from Granger, Indiana, it's Accelerate.
our third team on the finalist alliance is
Team 11959.
That's Colonel Panic from Columbus, Indiana.
And now, we would like to recognize the winning alliance for today's event, starting with their team captain,
Team 11272.
From right here in Lafayette, Indiana, it's Genesis.
Alrighty, and the second team in the winning alliance is
Team 13414.
That's the Circuit Breakers from Kingman, Indiana.
and our third and final team on our winning alliance is
Team 22444, Revelation.
That's Team Revelation from Lafayette, Indiana.
Our final award for this event is the Inspire Award. The Inspire Award is presented to the team that the judges felt truly embodied the challenge of the First Tech Challenge program. The team that receives this award is a strong ambassador for FIRST programs and works to promote FIRST and make it loud in their community. The team that receives this award has performed well in all judging categories and was chosen by the judges as a model First Tech Challenge team, both on and off the playing field. This team shares their experiences, enthusiasm, and knowledge with other teams, sponsors, their community, and the judges. Working as a unit, this team will have shown success in performing the task of designing and building a robot. Also, every single team for the Inspire Award, both third, second, and first place, will all come down to the floor.
All right, the third place winner of this award, come on down, team 17994.
Ragnabotics from Poseyville, Indiana.
All right, the second place winner of this award, team 8578.
Juden Kai Robotics from Columbus, Indiana.
All right. Here is what the judges have to say about the winner of the Inspire Award. This team put first into their community while always practicing GP. They have fun while they inspire with their bright, creative attire. They don't freak out with a short circuit. They embrace it and work it. Congratulations to Team 19366, CTF.
CTF from Bedford, Indiana.
Alrighty, everybody. Before we close out the event for today, I have in my hand the 4 teams that will be advancing to the state competition. Our first team is Team 19936, CTF. Our next team advancing to state is Team 11272, Genesis. Our third team is Team 8578, Juden Kai Robotics. And our final team is Team 13414, Circuit Breakers. Thank you all for being such a great audience today, bringing your gracious professionalism to this event and supporting the next generation of innovators and STEM leaders. And thank you to everybody for making this an excellent competition, celebration, and First Tech Challenge season. Good night, everybody. Drive home safe.